I always forget to take out of the case. Alright, let me get this all situated here. That way I can see a little bit better. Alright. Happy Friday, everyone. Hope everyone's having a good week. I am tired as all get out because I had to get up at the butt crack of dawn this morning, take my kid to Children's Hospital for test again. Hello, hello, hello. Let me move my stuff here. Alright. So before I start and get into this, first of all, I feel disgusting because I just got done working out a little bit ago and I'm gross. But like I said, I have been a little bit out of sorts. And then Miss Ruby decided to throw up again right when we hit the driveway. I said, what the actual heck? Poor little thing. I think she gets car sick. Lovely. Thank you, thank you. Share, like, follow if you don't. Maybe you'll learn something. A new addicting hobby that we all can't afford. Like what my husband says. So, egg journal scoops are in my Etsy shop. And there is a bonus Stamperia item that is put in with the package. Not in the egg. It's outside of the egg. In the package. And I'm super excited because you guys are going to love them. They also have an exclusive product that will be coming to my store. My husband's own little creation here. He made one of these for me last year. Where we got here? And did you guys just hear that noise? He made one for me last year. I've been using it ever since. And when I told him you guys liked them so much, he decided to go crazy and make a whole bunch of them. So this will be coming to my Etsy shop probably next week because I want to include 2 of the finger dauber things with it. And as you can see, and these are his own little things he's made. Some are, they're like a multicolor. They kind of like a gradient color thing that he's done here. So yeah. So those will be probably next week. He makes all this stuff like this here for me. And I just tell him, you know, set it on my desk. I'll look at it and I'll see if I'll use it. But it gives him something to do. You know how men have a need to feel wanted. He sat there and he made this for me today. It's like a bone fold, I guess. And I'm afraid I'm going to break it. But we'll try it and we'll see. So yeah, he makes all this little nifty stuff. And when he found out you guys liked it, he kind of, you know, got excited because he made it. So he's all, bleh, you know, and stuff. So yeah, those will be next week. Like I said, I wanted to get some more little finger daubers because I don't want to just include one with it. I was going to put two with it. So that way you have like a backup. But they do come in handy, especially when you're doing little stuff. So, suitcase box here, book. I don't like it. Okay, and this is the reason why. I know it looks great and all that and everybody. But the box, I think, is going to be too small. So, I'm going to recreate the box tonight on live. And this was like my first attempt in doing this. And I also wanted to find my leather straps to use it. So this should be interesting. Let me see if we can get it, you know, done the way that because this is not how I envisioned it in my head. And when it's not the way I envisioned it in my head, I must redo it. But I'm going to keep the box and I'll make a smaller book to go in here. So that way, if the book gets full, or if I want to make a normal book that doesn't have a bunch of stuff, maybe a writing book, this will be perfect for it. I'll just make the book a little bit smaller. But yeah, so the box is, meh. That's all I have to say. It's just, it's okay. I'm kind of a perfectionist, and I know everybody's like, oh my gosh, it looks fantastic. Well, you know, everything looks fantastic to other people, but then when you've made it and you know that's not really what you wanted, you must redo it. And I've added on this handle, which was an absolute nightmare to get in there. You know what it's like to try to get that in there with a signature in the way. Oh my gosh. And then the screws that it came with were like this big. And so I told my husband, look, I don't need them this big. I need them like paper thin to go on here. So now it can actually be held. And when it pull it out of the suitcase box, it will work. Okay, and this is more like what I had envisioned in my head. So now we must work on the suitcase. But there was something else too, and I can't remember what I was going to say on live. I don't know. I'll think of it in a second. Let me get my stuff out here. I got wrapped up in watching this documentary thing on Netflix, and then I'm like, oh crap, it's 5:50. I must go do my thing. So I'm gonna watch that later. Yeah, it has to be right. If it was for me, I wouldn't care. But it's something that I want to do right. So the only real thing that I'm gonna change in this is the thickness of it. I would rather the box be too expand instead of too small. So in case it gets filled up with, that's what we're doing. So the two pieces here, right here and here, are the same. They're 6 by 8.5. The spine of it on this side is the part I'm changing. That is going to be, let's see, it's going to be 8.5 by, I think I did 3 1/8, maybe. Let me see. It's been a minute, so yeah, 3 1/8 wide. This is just a spare piece over here. Then I have the other cover, or the other side of the cover. And then the side pieces are right here and right here. These are spares. So these are going to be the two side pieces. I'm going to leave them the same length, but the width is going to be wider. So that will give it a bigger box, and it will still work with the spine. And I'm going to keep the edging of the spine here, this pattern, on both sides, so it looks like a suitcase. So that's what we're going for. Vintagey. The paper is called Voyages Fantastique. And so naturally my mind goes to travel, suitcase, let's do it. So first thing we're going to do is cut these bad boys out. Let's see how accurate I am today, because I wasn't the other day. Y'all hear them cars outside? My gosh. Neighbor has like one of these hoopty cars. Sounds like it'd be like in a derby race or something. And I got the paper down here. Oh, that was the other thing. The new Stamperia Blue Dream collection. I made sure I ordered enough for my Etsy shop, and I'm glad I did, because it is currently sold out for distributors until the end of March. And I'm like, geez. So that should be here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday at the latest. And I'll let everybody know when it is. Alright, let me put this right here. I usually don't like to go live on Fridays because I understand, but Fridays are a good day for me because I don't have to get up early the next day. So I definitely would rather go live today. There we go. Sorry if I know it's noisy. This is what happens when you work on glass. All right. Last one. And this is 55 point chipboard, I think. I had a bunch of the 50, but I prefer 55. There's just something about it. It just works better with my glue runners. It doesn't flake. All that stuff. And I'm pretty sure, I can kind of tell by looking at it, it's a 55, which I can't find anywhere anymore. I don't know why. So I usually get the next best, which is 50. I'm also going to be having linoleum. Linoleum what? This? It's just a glass. Oh my gosh, I just saw your username. That's funny. Okay, so there we go. We got 2 cut. Yeah. Oh yeah, that one's definitely the 55. I could tell it's ain't going nowhere. 2 cover pieces, 2 side pieces, and the long piece. So the paper that we're using is, like I said, Voyager's Fantastique. And this is actually, the back of the cover is the side pieces that want to match up to the spine. That is going to be the important thing. Other than that, I don't give a flip about the other sides, even though I would like to kind of keep them. What meant that? No. The map. Let's see them. Fell apart here. Oh, wait a minute. Is that it? Or is that... That's the same. It's exactly the same. Wonderful. Let me take this one out because... Well, no, we'll put something else on the other side. This is what I used for the cover of the book that my husband said looks like cleavage on there. Lovely. I'm like, I wish you would have told me that ahead of time. I didn't put the, I usually put this, my logo thing on the book, but it's going to be on the outside of the box like this one. So that's why I didn't put it on there, because I didn't want it to get caught when it would be taken in and out of the box. So somebody asked me that, I think, when they said something on my post about this book. And I said, no, I just put it on the outside. And it also comes with a ton of tags and whatnot. And I have about 3 or 4 pages of these tags. Also, whenever I do these books, like I just finished the art journal book that's posted in my Etsy shop, and it does come with 12 by 12, a couple of extra 12 by 12 pages that I had left over, because there's no point in me keeping it, you know, because I've already finished the book. So I just included it with it, and I had a whole bunch of other tags and ephemera and stuff like that with it too. So I was like, yeah, why not? Just leave that there with it also. Okay, so we got cover, back cover of the suitcase. I could do that one, but that one is on there. And then like stuff like this, like the cards, whatnot. And then all this stuff, whatever's left over for this one, whenever I do go to sell this book, if I have leftover papers, I'll include them with it. The calligraphy book, though, I'm working on, which is right down here. I'm only doing a few inserts in this book and one of the Cosmos books. So there will be small inserts like this in here. But I wanted to offer a cheaper option for one of my books and less done up book. So people can add their own thing to it as well, if that makes sense. So yeah, it will have a few inserts and everything for it, and I'll do a spine thing and the little danglies off of the page, and then that will be pretty much it. And then I will do that with one of the Cosmos books. Then the other Cosmos book I will do up a little bit more, like I did kind of with the art journal. I went a little nuts with the art journal. And so, just to let you know. But I definitely think I will have that done. The calligraphy book, the calligraphy writing journal book, done by tomorrow. That journal book also is the only one of my journal books that has the grid and the dotted grid pages and the line pages all mixed in. So, I lost my train of thought. Oh, yep. All right. This part. See if we could do the edges here. I'm going to do the sides first. Just in case. And I usually leave about an inch border around here so I can fold it up. I'm going to just cut it with this. Oh, are you talking to me? My work ideas? Sometimes you guys have conversations amongst yourself and I think somebody's talking to me and you're like, no, I'm just talking to somebody else. Oh, yeah, you guys are talking amongst yourselves then. It's not always a good thing, though, to always have ideas. I will say that. And this is why. It's because you do not sleep well. You are constantly trying to create, and sometimes it can make you go a little batty. You know, so yeah. Sometimes it's a gift and a curse at the same time. It's like being a really, really good, like, baker or candy maker, but yet you have diabetes. And you can't eat your own creations. Or you just eat too much of them. Because that's kind of like how it is. Or at least for me, anyway. Oh, well, I'm good. I'm glad it's therapeutic because this is my therapy session. Except I don't charge by the hour. So, it's very therapeutic for me as well. Especially, I have a daughter, I call her my mini-me. She has a learning disability. She has really bad ADHD. And it can be very challenging from day to day. I mean, it's every single day. And I understand her because I also have ADHD, but I learned how to cope with it very well and with medication and all that good stuff. And she's going through this funk right now that I'm just like, she's kind of driving everybody a little crazy in the house. Even the baby. And so it's a good, like, therapy session for me too. It's like a good creative outlet, which I have a thing with creativity. I've got to always create something. Luckily, my husband understands because I'm like very oblivious to, I could sit here for like 8 hours straight and do this kind of stuff. He doesn't understand it, but he understands of my need to do this. So that's always good when you have that kind of support. I got something stuck in my glue bottle. I think the Beacons 3-in-1 works fantastic in these icing bottles, but then the Crafter's Pick Ultimate has real problems with it because it's a thicker glue, but when it comes out, it works really well. Alright. Yep, that's better. This is why my nails are always messed up. And my leggings. Because I use it to wipe glue on all the time. Did y'all hear my phone vibrate? Yep, I thought so. Here, let me turn the sound off. That way you guys don't get all buzzed out in your ears. Let's see. Oh, I had a notification from Crumble Cookie. Apparently they liked my post. I was like, you guys should. I spend enough money there. Well, hello. What does that say? My eyeballs are really bad. I think this is May. Is that what your name is May? Hey, Sherry. I love hearing you guys on live because you guys have the best accents ever. And I sit there in the car, and if Rebecca's on there with you guys, she sounds just like Adele. And I hate my Yankee American accent. And I was like, why couldn't I be born with a British accent? And my husband's like, you can't be born with that. It's just a learned dialect. And I was like, well, I like it. But yeah, she does. Every time I hear her talk, she sounds like Adele. Very posh sounding. And I love it. And I'm always so jealous of people's accents. Very. Oh, well, I don't sound like I live in Tennessee, apparently. But I'm not from Tennessee. I grew up, my husband always calls me a Yankee, and I was like, I was born more in more of the South than you were. He was born here in Tennessee. Not I was born in Florida, and I was raised by Yankees. My mom was from Philadelphia, and my dad is from Maine. So I didn't have a chance to ever sound like a country bumpkin, which is what I always tell my husband, like he sounds like. He always has a very long I sound when he says certain words, and I just think it's hilarious. He hates it, though, because I always pick on him about it. But a lot of Tennessean people, they don't say ville like Knoxville. They say bull. And I'm like, where are you getting the U from? They say like Knoxville. Knoxville. I sound stupid when I'm trying to say it like that. But that's what my husband says. And I've said it's Ville. It's Ville. So, yeah. Yeah, it's chipboard. This one is 55 point chipboard, which I prefer, but I can't ever find it anywhere. This is just leftover that I have, so the next best that I can find is 50. So if you go like on Amazon to try to find it, you're only going to find 50. Because I have no idea who's harboring all the 55 point chipboard. As you can see, my the glue tape runner thing doesn't make the stuff rip up. So it's the 55 point or the 50 point, when you put the glue runner on it, it rips all this stuff up. I don't know why. I think it's just cheaper. But I like this because it's nice and doesn't do that. Yeah. Oh, yeah. People from Kentucky. Yes. I know I settled for 52 and then I complain about it. Because it does. It just, for some reason, it's like a lesser quality. And when you put these things on it or double-sided tape, it just like rips it completely apart. So I have to do this like running from an alligator thing where I have to go like this and zigzag it. And then it kind of works a little bit better. That doesn't work, by the way. Zigzagging, running from an alligator. It's weird things we were taught growing up in Florida. I don't know why. I like to show videos. There's this guy called Only in Florida Videos. And, oh my gosh, they are so true. Like, frozen iguanas falling from trees. I knew somebody who got hit with one time. It fell from a really high palm tree, and he like had brain damage from it. It's messed up, but yeah. And I show videos of this guy's stuff to my children just to scare them, like pythons and stuff from Florida crossing the road and everything. Freaks them out a little bit. It's kind of like the Australia of the United States. It's just something you kind of get used to. But I don't miss love bug season. That was awful. Well, this seems to be working pretty good so far. He made this today, and I feel like I told him, I was like, are you sure I'm not going to break this thing? And he's like, no, I tested it, look. And he started trying to bend it. And I was like, well, don't do that. But it works pretty good. He's just not sure how the tip would work. So I said, I'll use it in my live and I'll see how it works. Seems to be working pretty good, though. There we go. Oh, a love bug? Oh, gosh. Let me tell you. Okay, you know when you have, like, the swarm of ladybugs? Like, certain times of the year, because they let them go to do whatever their thing is. Or those Asian bugs, whatever they are. I don't know if they're actually ladybugs or not. Well, it's like 100 times worse than that. And there's a love bug season down in Florida, and they swarm everywhere. They don't bite or anything. They're just beyond annoying. They ruin the paint on cars, and when you walk outside, you just literally can see black things flying everywhere in the air. It's a horrible, horrible season. And how it started was some scientists at the University of Florida in Gainesville, U of F, decided to make a hybrid bug by breeding two of these bugs together. Well, when they did that, they decided to let them go. And then they mated like crazy. And now there's like seasons in Florida called love bug seasons. And they come out and in droves. Just YouTube like love bug season in Florida on YouTube, and you'll know exactly. It's insane. They don't bite or anything. They're just beyond annoying. And then you'll see two of them stuck together because they're mating, which is most of them. They're stuck butt to butt. They kind of look like they're black, and they have like kind of like a red dotted eyeballs, but nothing you can see on there, I guess. They're kind of weird to describe. I don't know. But I think they may have crossed like a Asian bug and I don't know. Something else. But I think it was the biggest mistake they ever did. That's one of the seasons they have in Florida because they don't have normal 4 seasons. They have summer, spring, love bug season, hurricane season, tornado season, summer, again. I think that's kind of how it goes there. Let's not knock over the Dr. Pepper. My goodness. It would be a catastrophe. Hey, hey. How are you doing? Hi, Paula. It must be late where you guys are. Oh, I bet you, Sherry, you're probably excited about when I actually work on the House of Roses book. I have so many plans for that one. I think flowers are easy. Flower books are easy to do for me. They just come kind of naturally. I'm knocking over everything. I'm revising the Suitcase box, because I didn't like this one. I have like leather, oh, there's the book. Book's under there. So I'm making a box that is going to house the book. It's a Suitcase journal, because it's made with Voyages. Stamperia Voyages paper pack. So naturally I have to make it in a suitcase shape. So I'm redoing it. Isn't that how it always works? You don't like something and you're like, I started obsessing about it and I'm like, it's not going to be right until it's fixed. So, yeah. My accent is? I don't know what my accent is, actually. Because when I say, okay, my husband makes fun of me when I say certain words. Like, instead of saying hot dog, I say hot dog. And he gets all bent out of shape. So if I pick on him about his little hillbilly accent, that's the first thing he does. I don't know why I even say it like that. It's just the kind of, I don't know. That's just how everybody in my family has already said it. But my mom is from the Philadelphia, Jersey area. And my dad was from Maine. Now, Ruby, okay, sounds like she sounds like my dad, who is from Maine. And they have a very, very New England kind of accent. And I don't know where she gets this from, because it's not like she's around him long enough to pick up an accent. So if she says, you know, I tell her we're going in the car, she says, we're going in the car? And I said, yeah, we're going in the car. So yeah, she sounds very like Boston, or like, you know, rough as toast. No. No, what does it mean? You guys in the UK have some funky words for stuff. I'm like, what does that even mean? You guys will be talking to each other in a chat, and I'm like, okay, what does that mean? Because that does not mean the same here. And that sounds kind of pervy, you know? So, yeah, I have no idea what that means. See, I knew it. See, I say hot dog. And I grew up around my grandparents. They were from Bath, Maine. And I swear my grandmother would always say hot dog. And that's how I would always say it. So, oh, really? Oh, okay. Yeah, I can see that then. My husband, you should hear some of these weird hillbilly sayings he has for stuff. Okay, the first time he said, I think somebody asked him how he was doing, and no, they didn't work in. My grandfather was a carpenter, and my grandmother was a school teacher. But yeah, they were born in Bath. There. But my husband, if somebody asks him how he's doing, they would sit there and he would say, oh God, hold on. He would say, finer than a frog hair split 3 ways. And the first time he said that, I gave him the what the heck just happened? Or what did you just say, look? And I was like, I have no idea. Too Philly, her accent was like no other. I don't know. He does. If he comes in here, I'll have him say it in his little Tennessee accent. Because, see, I don't sound... Now, my kids do not sound like him. They sound like me because I'm their teacher. And they, they enunciate the way that I've taught them, which is the way that I talk. So... but I don't know. He always has these weird sayings for stuff. Like, if somebody's belly button was showing, like one of the kids or something, like, had their shirt up and they were, like, little babies, he would say, your chicken is showing. And I'm like, what does that even mean? How do you get chicken from belly button? That doesn't make any sense. And it was just something that... I know. I don't know. Oh, yeah. Now, my mom, oh gosh, she always used weird words. Like, she wouldn't say crayon. She would say crown. And it really confused me all the time. I'll have to ask him what other weird stuff he says. A lot of things that I never heard of until I moved to Tennessee was a lot of people say plumb stupid. And I was like, what does that even mean? And then I started saying apple smart. And my husband was like, no. It's like plumb, like something to do with plumbing. And I was like, then that really doesn't make any sense to me. So I have no idea. So yeah, they have some funky weird sayings here. I got introduced to a whole new, culture when I was introduced to his family. Because I don't have country folk in my family. They're all Yankees. They're from Maine, Connecticut, Jersey, Philly. I have some from Boston. Other places. They're all from north. No West Coast people. They're just all up there. And Canada. I have a lot of family in Canada. That's kind of like where they all hailed from when they came here. My mom's family, though, immigrated here in the 40s. 1940s. And before that. So, they're more immigrants than my dad's side of the family is. the part of the Italian Americans. It means like, okay, like if somebody did something really dumb, then they would say, or if something's just like not understandable, they would say that's just plumb stupid. Except they sit there and say it. Oh yeah, I have like about 100 cartridges of this because I bought them when they were on clearance or on sale on Amazon. They were marked down like 50%. So yeah, I am a waster of craft supplies. My husband probably wishes I wasn't. But yeah, I think that's what it means. It's like when somebody does something really dumb, they say that's just plumb stupid because they don't understand, I guess. I don't really know. I just say it's stupid. I don't want to use the extra breath. Oh, it was that I bought like, how many cartridges? Let me see. Hang on. I got a box. There was 12 packs of 8. So 96 cartridges, and they're usually like $92, and they were $54 on Amazon. So I bought like 2 huge boxes of them because I'm not the only one who uses it. My daughters use them too because they do their own little journaling stuff. And so I was like, this is an investment. Wait a minute. Which one are you going to use? Plumb stupid or finer than a frog hair split 3 ways? Because yeah, I think you would get some strange looks for that frog hair one. Don't even get me started. When I first met my husband, you know, we were in the getting to know you stage. So we were talking, and he said, I don't know, we were talking about family backgrounds, and he told me he was like Scottish and Irish backgrounds. And I was like, oh, you know, I have Sicilian and Italian and German and Polish. You know, I'm kind of a mutt and stuff. And he was like, oh, do you have any Italian in your family? And I about hit the roof. I said, what did you say? I said, we don't say Italian. And then his mom said it, and it just made me shudder. But yeah, that's kind of common down here. They say Italian. I was like, it's not Italy. It's eh. Oh yeah. My husband doesn't sound as country bumpkin as his brother, though, because his brother still lives in Crossville, Tennessee, and it's very mountainy people there. And he still has a pretty thick accent. But my husband's worked, like, in the medical field and medical industry with engineers and all that stuff, so, and scientists and whatnot. So he kind of lost. He just sounds like, he sounds normal until he talks to his family. I think, anyway. Wait a minute. You guys are talking about Heinz 57. Isn't that like a steak sauce or ketchup or something like that? Yeah, I'm not even paying attention to even what I'm doing. I'm just kind of doing. So, I'm glad it's working out okay. But, yeah. Yeah, I'll have to get them in here and hear some. Oh, okay, I get it. For mutt, yeah. I don't know. Cherry, do you guys know what a mutt is? Like a dog? Well, I guess a mutt could be kind of a crossbreed of a bunch of animals, but mostly dogs are mutts. I don't know. Do they have mutts and other animals? I have no idea. My children one time asked me, since they say that, I think it was my oldest who asked me, if our dad is a hillbilly and you're a Yankee, what's that make us? And I called him a hanky. So, oh, okay, yeah. Then we're like, you know, we're like a smorgasbord of different ethnicity background. What do they call us? The melting pot, I guess. So yeah, kind of makes sense. Yep, out of that one. Wait. So I call my kids hankies. But yeah, none of them sound southern, I don't think. Most people, though, around the inner city areas around here, I don't think they sound too southern. But I don't know. I could just be used to it. My dad definitely does not sound. He sounds like he's from Maine. A lot of people always ask him where he's from. Now, my stepmom, on the other hand, she's from Jamaica. And nobody can ever understand anything she's saying around here. I do, because I've been around her for 20 years. But Jeremy, my husband, he'll look at me and he'll be like, I have no idea what she just said. And I'll have to sit there and tell him. And that was like 16 years ago that he met her, and he still can't understand what she's saying. So, yeah. Oh, I'm redoing the suitcase box for my book. Here. I didn't like how it looked. I wanted it, wasn't how I envisioned it. So I was like, yeah, we're going to redo you. And everybody wanted to know how to make it. So, yeah. They'll just have to kind of, you know, fast forward through our little chit chat. But they'll get the idea. I have people on my YouTube channel who refuse to come to TikTok. So I post these on my YouTube channel the next day. And then people can go back, even from TikTok, they can go back and rewatch it. And then they get to see, kind of like doing a tutorial and everything kind of all in one. And then they get to hear all my jibber jabbering. They don't see the comments, so it looks kind of weird. It looks like I'm just sitting here talking to myself like a crazy person. So, but then they understand that there's people were asking me questions or whatever. But I'll tell you the book here in just a second. The book that's going in the box, because this has to dry anyway. And yeah, I'll ask my husband. I don't really understand a lot of their sayings here. It was like a whole different world. Like I went to a foreign country when I moved to Tennessee. I was so used to all the snowbirds coming down to Florida. And they, you know, they all kind of sound Yankee. Oh, I probably do. It's probably Tennessee rubbed off on me. But I don't know, because some people say that I don't at all. When I say long O words, they say, no, you sound more Yankee. But I also grew up in the South, and there weren't many Southern people growing up around me, but just kind of, you know, rub off a little. All right. So, we got the box. So, these are the same size as the book cover. Here, this is 8.5 by 6, 8.5 by 6. This is 8.5 by 3 1/8. And these are 3 1/8 by, oh my god, I don't know what size this is. I just went completely blank. I think it's 6. I'm going to get my ruler here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 6. And it's a little over. It's 6 1/8. So that's good to know. Okay, so if you want to make this, I highly recommend Crafter's Pick Ultimate because it just sticks better. It does it a little bit quicker than the... I think I'm going to put a piece of paper, though. I'm going to put some sheets of paper over these just so when the book goes in, it doesn't get clipped on these little edges. And, you know, wear out and all that good stuff. Which is the same thing I do for the covers. Book covers as well. If I don't drop them all on the floor first. Oh, that's the other thing. If you guys have like a rolly chair, like an office chair, I highly, highly recommend, if you have those stupid plastic wheels, you know, the ones with the little covers over it, get you some inline skate wheels for office chairs. It is like, it's a game changer. Absolute game changer. They roll so much better than those little plastic ones. I think we have replaced every single one in our house because of that. I don't think I'm gonna, yeah. Oh, Google, yeah. I mean, they, I have a few relatives who are like that. But I guess I'm just used to listening to my stepmom, though. I usually can pick out words of what she's saying because she kind of like mixes, like Jamaican language is like a mix of English and Spanish semi-words. And then these weird sounding made up words. Like, I asked my dad what a certain word was one time, and he was like, don't say that, that's like a really, really bad word in Jamaican. And I was like, it sounds ridiculous, sounds made up. And he's like, no, that's not a made up word. So don't say that. So, yeah. But when she's on the phone with her family, it sounds like she's speaking part English and part Spanish and like Jamaican at the same time. So, it makes sense because it's down there by the Bahamas and all that stuff. And I think it was Spain maybe that was exploring the Caribbean mostly. Not entirely sure. I've been to the Caribbean a bunch of times, but never really paid attention. I know the French own one side of it. The English own the other side of it. Everybody owns another side of it. So there's one. I hate it when I get glue on my fingers. And, you know, it is 7 o'clock, so if you guys hear screaming or anything like that, it's Ruby. It's Ruby scream session. Because that's how Ruby is. She's a little bit, she kind of like has like baby sundowners whenever she, when it's like 6:30, 7 o'clock. And she kind of gets a little bit hyped up. So, yeah. I'm surprised she's being quiet right now. You must have her entertained with something. A little bit more. Okay, so as soon as I put these little liners on, I'm going to get the box all glued together and then let it sit and harden, at least for a while. I also have a heat gun that I can use to kind of accelerate that process. Then I can talk about the straps that are going to go on the outside. Oh my gosh, I just about had a heart attack. It's 7 o'clock, isn't it? I have an automatic curtain closer thing over here. I bought my husband this curtain opener because he would always come on my side of this room because he worked from home, and he would knock over everything. And I got him one for Christmas, so he wouldn't come over here. And at 7 o'clock every evening, if I'm in here, it about gives me a heart attack because it will close. So that way he won't come back over here and try to close my curtain. Knock everything down. What's everyone have for tea? You know, I don't drink tea at all. Or does that mean what does everybody have for dinner? Everybody around here drinks flipping the sweetest sweet tea. I never had sweet tea until I moved here to Tennessee. And I'm like, y'all are... No wonder you guys all have diabetes. Because it's too much. Okie dokie. Let's see. Oh, here's my other paper. It sounds like me. I usually will nibble on something in the early middle of the night. I had the crumble cookie earlier today. We had one that was called Kentucky Butter Cake, and it tasted like butter. And I was like, this is happiness right here. Everything tastes amazing with butter. If I mention Chinese food to my husband, he'll go nuts. He loves Chinese food. Loves it. He would eat it 24/7 if he could. I'm always talking about food. That's an indication that I'm getting hungry. And my husband is like, we need to stop somewhere, because he knows that if I don't get food, I start getting mean. I'd say it's my kids' fault, though, because when I was pregnant with them, until I was pregnant with them, I wasn't like that. I was normal. Okay. Oh, yeah. I will definitely get crumble cookie. The fact that I found out that they deliver too, and they have a completely separate menu. My husband was like, what? Why? He was like, why are you ordering crumble cookie and having it delivered? I could go right down the road and go get some. And I was like, but this is a separate menu. Don't you understand that? And he's like, oh gosh. So, yeah, that was funny. They just don't understand. I have needs. And those needs must be met with crumble cookie. And then I found out that you're only supposed to eat a quarter of one, because a quarter of one is one serving. And I said, that ain't happening. I'll just work out extra hard today. Oh, they are good. Now, there's one that's an iced sugar cookie that I absolutely refuse to like, because I do not like almond extract, and that is heavy on almond extract. And I love a good sugar cookie. All you have to do is say cake batter, flavored anything, and I'm there, because I like cake battered stuff. I'm not a big chocolate fan, though. I do not like chocolate cake and stuff like that. I don't like Reese's. I don't really like peanut butter either, which is weird. I like vanilla cake, vanilla frost, that kind of stuff. So I'm always, if there's birthday cake flavored anything, I'm like, yep, I want it, because I know what it's going to taste like. It'll be fantastic. Oh, speaking of the UK, I started watching this Netflix documentary called My Lover, My Killer. And all these stories are I think it's like a UK show, because they're all British, or they're from Wales, or, it's not like an American show. I don't think it is. But that is some crazy stuff over there. People, the boyfriends or whatever, just, it's not going to have a happy ending anyway. I like watching the documentaries on Netflix. There's some crazy stuff. I think after watching that series, Making a Murderer, that really got me hooked on Netflix documentaries, because that was, wow. I made my husband watch it, and I said, you need to watch this junk right here. And it kind of freaked him out a little bit because he was like, this scares me. I don't want to watch stuff like this. That means that I could, like, go to jail for something I didn't do. Yeah, it's called My Lover, My Killer. I think it just came on. Like, it was a new release thing. Maybe, I don't know. But it was like the next suggested thing. Like, hey, while you're on this, I don't know, watching killers or serial killers on Netflix thing, here you go. So then I got into watching all that stuff. Alright, let's see. Okay, so usually what I do is I put it on here. We're going to coat it really, really good. Up, I hear Ruby. There she goes. Ruby, roundup time. I like icing a cake. I feel like I'm putting a gingerbread house together. I usually have a thing I'll set on the side to kind of keep it up. Let me make sure it's straight. I also like watching, my husband and I will take a break because he gets kind of overwhelmed with the documentaries and stuff if we watch too many of them. He's like, I need a break from all the crazy for a little bit. And then we start watching like Love is Blind or Married at First Sight or something like that. Or what is that one called? Oh, The Circle. We just watched The Circle. That show is hilarious. Okay, stay long enough for me to put this side on. Yeah, did you watch the first and the second one of Making a Murderer? Oh gosh, that was so bad. You know they set that dude up because they didn't want to pay out for that lawsuit of him being arrested the first time. None of the evidence is right. And they're still trying to appeal that to even get it in front of a judge. And it keeps getting denied. The dude's going to end up spending the rest of his life in jail. I think I'm going to put this one. I'm going to do this one a different way. Here, let me wipe my glue mess up. Whoop. Alright, let's find some little doodads here. I can push. Well, actually, it's kind of staying by itself. I'm going to push it this. Oh, you guys can't even really see what I'm doing. I'm going to push it this way. Let me get it where it needs to go first. And then I'm going to put some things on it to hold it up. And that way the glue can dry. going to turn this way real quick. This will work out like this. Making another box for the Suitcase book. Alright, come here, little D-boom. This glue set's really, well, usually really quick. So I'm trying to get it set to wherever it's going, it needs to go. Alright, there we go. Yeah, let me look and see. I guess it probably doesn't matter which way that goes then because it's round. So I'm going to put it this way. Nope. Let's not use that. Hey. Yeah, I know it is Friday. I am like so beat. I had to get up at the butt crack of dawn today and drive like 30 minutes all the way to Children's Hospital to go get blood work done for my medical child. I don't know if you guys are like this, but when you have like more than 2 children, one of them is always the medical child. Like they always have something. And that's how my Ella is. The sarcastic one. One who likes to tell you mama jokes. She had to go get blood work taken today. And of course we had to be there first thing in the morning so they could test the wherever they're looking for, hormones or whatever. And it was really early. And we took Rubik's with us. And she was all excited. She didn't care. As long as she gets to go, she's like, yep. And of course, everything is going on at Children's. And games and all kinds of stuff around there. And remember, don't squeeze too hard. Alright, let me look. Yep, that's what I thought. You're looking good from that angle? Because, oh, I'm looking here on my tablet. See how lined up it is? I just glue them. Actually, what this is going to have on it is it's going to have leather straps that go around it. But most of the time, no, I just glue it. I just use good glue. And I haven't had, like, that's exactly what I did with this one. And it still held up really good. I dropped it on the floor today, and it's still working. Oh, thanks for popping in. The next time you guys are on, I'll pop in too. I usually do when I'm teaching school. So, but thank you for coming and joining our craziness. Alright. I think the last one is always the hardest one to get in. Because it's the one that has to be like glued on every single side. And then I end up kind of coming unhinged because I get glue on my fingers. And that is never a good thing. I don't like things stuck to my hands. That's why I don't do pottery or anything like that. Or if I do stuff with clay, I always have gloves on. I just never remember to actually put them on when I'm doing stuff like this. Alright, let me look here. Okay. I'm going to bump this one up a little bit. Can. Yep. Already stuck. Already stuck. We're good. We have to go. Ah! See what I mean? This one is always the hard one to get in there. I'm going to stick this one in. Maybe I'll stick it in like that. I'm just going to stick it in there like this. But yeah, if you use Crafter's Pick Ultimate, that stuff works wonders. I use it for metal. You don't have to use that, this stuff right here, the E6000 stuff or whatever. You can just use Crafter's Pick, and it works really, really well. Let me see if I can get this one up a little bit. This one may, whoop, 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 may already be stuck, but I may be able to shift it. And if you get it stuck, I've had to redo stuff before, and all you have to do is use an X-Acto knife, and presto, it's fixed. Use an X-Acto knife to cut it, then you can reposition it and re-glue it wherever you were planning on it. There we go. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted it to go in between because that will work out much better. It'll be more stable that way. I rarely make these little boxes, and myself never writes stuff down. So then if I want to do it again, I'm like, I have no idea what I did. So I have to kind of examine. Most of the time too, it's like 1 o'clock in the morning when I'm doing this kind of stuff. And so I get a little bit loopy. And of course I'm not writing stuff down either then. And then I'm like, no, wait a minute. It didn't work that way. What did I do? And see, the Crafter's Pick makes it glue extremely quick. So whatever you're doing, if you're using Crafter's Pick, you better do it. So if you don't, it's going to be stuck that way. I just want to make sure these are even without me breaking the box, so to speak. Let me get that a little. What has to be an ADHD thing? Stuff stuck to the fingers? Yeah, I have a weird thing with textures and stuff, but I also have Asperger's. Like, I can't eat certain foods because it's, you know, because of textures and stuff. And when I get stuff stuck to my fingers, if I can't get it off, like, right away, I start kind of, like, panicking. And I'm like, very uncomfortable until it's off of there. I'm going to use this to wipe any excess glue out of the inside. That's a good thing too about Crafter's Pick. If you get like a little dab of glue somewhere in this, whatever you're working with won't stick to it. But the beacons, if you do, it kind of gets a little bit tacky still, even when it's dry. So that's kind of why I use both. Because I want to... The beacons is really good for, like, paper stuff, in my opinion. I know people who use it for everything. And that's fine. It's just a preference stuff. But I will say Crafter's Pick usually is the best pick for construction stuff like this and books. And then, like, it gets, like, these little, like, debris glue things on it that drives me crazy. I can feel it. And I always have to, like, keep wiping. So, this is looking pretty good. I'm just going to fill in some glue in any gaps I see. I'm just looking at through the light. I don't really see any, actually. This looks pretty good. Must have made this one better. May do it just right here in the corners. That's a great thing about these icing bottles too, is you can really get into the little tiny cracks a lot better. Okay, so I'm gonna let this, like, don't touch it, and just let it dry. So, all in all, I think it looks pretty good. See, as you can see, it's a lot wider than this one. I don't want to stick the book in it yet. I could hold it like this, but there will be plenty of room to, hang on, a little thing moved inside here. Let me move this back out. There we go. Almost. I'm going to have to move this outward. I'm going to re-glue this real quick. There we go. Got it, got it, got it. This is supposed to be out here. I need to quit talking because when I talk, I don't pay attention to what I'm doing. Alright, let me re-glue that. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, I'm so weird. I'm like, my husband didn't know people like me even existed. Like, I can't eat meat with bones on it. Like, bones in it. I can eat chicken and stuff, but I don't, if I see any bones in it, I can't eat it. I don't know why. And I love meat. I'm not like a vegan or anything like that. I just have a weird thing about, like, I can't eat fruit and yogurt. Oh, that gives me the willies. Kind of creeps me out a little bit. So yeah, I have a lot of thing with textures. A lot. I know I'm out of the camera. I just needed to see. I didn't want to put my big head in the way. Sorry, I got glue on my fingers. There we go. All right, I'm just going to hold this for a second. Wipe out any excess glue. Okay, but yeah, I wanted to make this box a hair wider, so that way, if the book got filled a little bit, it could still go in the box. That was the whole point of that. And I wanted to put leather straps on it, so that way it kind of looked more vintagey, I guess, than this box right here. But this box, I'm actually going to make probably a skinnier book, maybe one that has like, may have, I don't know, 3 signatures and just less pages, or a skinnier spine or something. And that way, I could, I'm going to get the leather straps that I got here. You can buy a roll of leather straps on Amazon. I was looking, I had some leather sheets, which would have been good, but I just didn't. They were like unusually thin, and they're for like, I think making earrings or something. Some kind of jewelry making leather sheets, which are nice. I like those. I use them for, you can use them for book covers and stuff like that. It's not really what they're made for, but as long as you got the right kind of adhesive, which I have some adhesive over here, I'm going to just put this back down. Just want to I'm going to put some more glue on here just to give it a better hold. It's kind of like a leather repair glue, and I found that it works really, really well with the faux leather stuff. Oh, God. You don't even want to get me started. If I see, like, you know, like chicken, like, if you've seen, like, drumsticks and stuff, and the vein or whatever that's in there, oh, my gosh, I will come unglued. I just can't. I can't. Anytime we're making, like, a turkey or a whole chicken or something at home, I make my husband take all the stuff out. Like, the parts that people use for things, like, to cook with. Yeah, I can't do that. I can't handle any of that. I don't like touching it at all. Oh, yeah. I thought, like, I was just super, super anal and weird. And then I came on TikTok and I saw all these other people with hang-ups. And I was like, no, I think I'm weird and everyone else is not normal. So, yeah. I absolutely agree. I'm just checking you guys'. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know. I just think and see, this is why sharing is caring, because you never know what other things people have, and, you know, like hang-ups and weird stuff like that, until we talk about it. But see, we don't talk about weird hang-ups and stuff like that, because it was always kind of frowned upon in society, and then everybody just kind of keeps their weirdness to themselves, and then you don't realize that you have a lot more in common with people than you think. So, yeah. Hang on a second. I'm looking in my light of God up here. My light shining down upon me. That light that's right here above me is, my husband bought them from Walmart. And they were $15, and they're LCD, LED, not LCD, LED, shop lights. And I think they're fantastic because I can actually see what I'm doing, because I am blind as a bat. I have contacts in, but this only helps a little bit. So, yeah. So, I'm just going to put some extra glue here. It's kind of like one of those caulking guns. Like, you know, when you get it at the right angle and you're putting that stuff, like, on trim or whatever, you can get it in there a lot easier. Oh, it's only $7.35. Woohoo! Yeah, my husband put a long chain on it, because our ceilings, well, the ones in our room are like 12 feet tall, I swear it's like one of these vaulted looking ceilings. And I was like, there ain't no way I can turn that on up there. I need like a pole switch or something. And so he got me this one, and it has like a little diamond on the end of it and stuff. And then I have one on my other desk that's over here on the other side of my bookshelf. where my Cricut machine is and stuff. And he's like, I guess I go buy some more lights for my work area out in the garage. And I was like, well, you do that, because these were in the box for like ever. So I don't want to hear it. Well, thank you. I appreciate you coming to my page. I'm just, you know, just a mom trying to have me time, I guess. Alright. Because if I don't have a creative outlet, I will go insane and I'll take everybody with me. That's kind of how I go. I got glue debris. Alright, let's let this sucker dry. And, oh, I'll show you the little suitcase handles that I got. And see, this will leave more room, wiggle room, so that way, if the book gets fatter than this, it can, I just don't want to break my box. It will have room to get bloated, so to speak. Oh, yeah. We have this screened in area in our back of our house because we have a pool back there. And I've been trying to talk to my husband because it's got like a 20-foot ceiling in there. And I was like, can I turn this into my craft room? And he was like, well, we can, but we're going to lose the screened in area. And I was like, and I don't care. That I would rather have a craft room, and that way I can be downstairs while my kids are homeschooling and be more productive. I can actually go in there and do stuff. I won't be able to much anyway because Ruby has already started preschool stuff, and I got one kid that graduated in December of this past year. And then I got another one on the payroll now. The 2-year-old. So, that's how it goes. When you're reckless. No, I'm kidding. She was on purpose. These handles I found on Amazon. And they're good and bad. And I'm going to show you why. I wanted like a suitcase handle, but I couldn't find anything that was going to work with what I was doing. Sorry, I'm getting distracted because I have glue on my fingers and it must come off before I lose it. I have to figure out which box over here I put those in. No, that's just little stuff. Hang on, I have those in one of my book boxes. I keep reorganizing my stuff and then I can't find anything. And I had these book boxes over, oh, here they are, over on my other desk. Okay, so they look, let me get it untangled. Like this. I got twine entangled in them. And then you take these things off. And then you can put them on. So you can put them on with or without those things. But the handle screws are like this long. So if you have a way. Is that rainbow colored or is it just me? I think I'm seeing stuff now. I can't really tell, but it looks like a rainbowy color. Hang on. I put my hand in the way. Oh, there we go. Maybe I don't know. Maybe it is just me. I think I'm losing it. So I told my husband I need it short, not this long, but they only come with screws this long. So he shortened them for me, and I found those on Amazon. They shortened them for me, and I was able to get them inside here next to the signature. And I don't have the papers in here that cover up these holes usually, because I had to redo this signature, so I'm going to move it over, and then it will, all this will be all covered up. But he shortened them, and then I could screw it in there, and then it works, just like that. So then when it's lowered down in there, it will be, you know, it will go in here like that, and just like that. So then it will have room. So the next thing I'm going to do, as soon as this is dry, is I have these leather pieces here. It's like, whoosh. So these, you can buy this in a roll also on Amazon. And the way I did this one was I just used the beacons for this because this is just fabric. And I went around and I made it long on purpose so that way it could go around and buckle in, which I have buckle rings. Let's see. Like this. Oh, that fits perfectly. So that is going to go on there. And then I have, I have a whole thing of buckles. Big, small. That one probably is, yeah. Took me forever to figure out how to use these things because I was like, something is not right. One is not like the other. So I'd have to put the buckle goes in like this. It's going to have a hole through there, which I have a thing that can do that. But it would go like, let me move this up. Something like one of these, and it would be a hole through that. And then like, see, these are so confusing. But anyways, it's supposed to go like this. It kind of looks backwards to me, like it should go the other way, but I looked and yeah, it goes that way. So let me get this book out of here so it won't hinder the drying stuff. And then as you can see on here, this is kind of how it's going to be on the other one. Except since it's thicker leather, that's where we're going to go with it. Make sure I don't have any. Okay. Let me find the loops to that. What size were those? Yep. And I just cut this with my fabric scissors and they worked perfectly. It was a little bit tough, but it's not that bad. I'm going to say that and then I won't be able to cut it. Yeah, this part goes through the hole. It's just, to me, it just looks awkward though. I don't know why it does. So it goes, this part right here goes through the hole and then goes like that. I made some like this before. Uh-oh. What happened? It says some comments in this live were filtered to protect the community's experience. Interesting. Let's see what we got going on here. We're probably going to get nabbed for something. I don't know. Somebody said something. Oh, somebody may have said something. It's so finicky with stuff like that. I talked about pencil shavings one time, and I got banned for a week. So, yeah. That happens. Doesn't surprise me one bit. Alright, let's see how our box is doing here. Seems to be good. Y'all hear Ruby? She's starting to get wound up. It's almost dry. You can usually tell, just kind of wiggle it and stuff. But I think it will be dry enough for us to start messing. I may add some more glue to it just to give it a little bit more strength. Alright. I feel like I need a cookie. I knew I should have kept some up here. Oh, no, I do. Hold on. Where am I little? I have this box hidden in my room that says "Let's Stay Home" on it. Right here. And it's my, well, besides this, like my little junk food box stuff that I hide from my kids. I found these little Valentine heart things. Sugar helps me focus sometimes, especially since I don't eat a lot of it. So, yeah. Alright, so the leather. I have this glue. Remove this. That is weird, but really, really, really good. Let's see if I can reach it. It's called this. Tear Mender. I think it's fantastic. So if you want a good glue for fabric, I'm right here. It's very liquidy, but man, it's super sticky. You hear it? It sounds like a drink. So yeah. But I like it. Once the stuff is on there, the fabric stays. It just kind of stinks. But most glues do. A Subway cookie. See, it's just I think it's a woman thing. I think we just have to have our sweets. Okay, so this is gonna go. Now, one thing, since this is super thick, well, I might be able to do it. I might be able to with that stuff. My only fear is when I go around the corner. Actually, I think it will work because this is actually quite bendy. If you guys see something flying by, it's a ladybug. They're attracted to the pink on my desk. I don't know why. I think they like the color. Alright, this one. So when it goes over here, it's probably going to hang right there. I already measured this out to go around the box so I know it will fit. It's just, I'm going to make the side that buckles in probably the longest side on there. Alright, let me see where these things hit at. So I think I'm going to make it to where they kind of are like right about there. I gotta wait until this dries a little bit more because I'm making it fall apart. I get impatient. and I just want it to work. But this stuff right here is good stuff. I bought a little bottle of it first because I always get a little thing. Because if it's a big bottle, I don't want to not like it and then waste it. And I found this on Amazon. I was using it for something else. I don't even remember what it was for now. Had something to do... Oh, it may have been that faux leather is what I got it for. Because I wanted a good glue for that. And that was recommended by somebody. I don't remember who it was. Alright. So I'm going to have to let this sucker dry and not mess with it. So in the meantime, we'll let this dry. And then I can hook the straps on. And if we run out of time, it'll just give me another excuse to make another live. I would probably do it tomorrow, though. Because I don't have anything to do tomorrow. Besides make a grocery list. I don't think I've went grocery shopping in person in like 5 years. Because ever since they had that pickup stuff, I'm like, I ain't going to the grocery store ever again. So I'll wait for that to dry. I'm going to use this to glue on the leather pieces. And it's going to go up and around. So it will be the suitcase shape. And then we'll just do little decorations here and there. And make it more vintagey and more travel-like. And I think that will work out. I'm going to put it this way. That way it will stand straight. But you can also use these chipboard pieces and paper or fabric or whatever you want. And you can make boxes and stuff like that out of these for storage. So you don't have to buy ones. If you want it, you can make it how you want. Good glue on my fingers again. Which is kind of nice. I've done that before. I like repurposing boxes and stuff. And that really helps with the room. And while I'm waiting, I will sit here and I will show you the other weird stuff I'm working on. And where did I put that? So the calligraphy book, I'll show you this while this is drying. Calligraphy book, I'm like almost 100% certain it's going to be done tomorrow. I wasn't going to embellish it as much as the art journal. Because I like to offer different options for people. Some people have asked me if I could just make the book with very little to nothing in it. It's really hard for me to do because I like doing this part. It's the hard part, but I like doing this part. So I'll have a couple of little folders and inserts, but not, and then pockets like this. Nothing crazy, maybe just fold out envelopes and stuff. And then the little dangles that I put on the page. Oh, my Alexa thing's going nuts. And then it will be a one of the less expensive journals in my Etsy shop. Because I like to give options for people. Because I know, so I made the bookmarker. I always make a bookmarker for each one of them. And I have certain, I always put that there. One of these I posted, it's in the back. This one isn't the digital that I have. But this is the digital page right here. I just printed these off on regular computer paper on my printer, these sheets, and I put them in here with some brads, and then I just made this. This is a separate one that I made. So that's going to go in here. And I got other little inserts in here. Where's that one? This envelope actually came in the paper pack. And then just stuff like this is going to be in this journal. And I'm doing a Cosmos journal like this. So basically all the ephemera and stuff is going to be in the journal but loose. So that way people can do whatever they want with it. This also is the only journal that I have that has the 3 different types of digital papers that I have in my Etsy shop. It has the dotted grid paper, and then it has the lined paper, and it has the grid paper, just the regular grid paper in there. So I used all 3 of them in this book. And there's another pocket. I was working on this late last night, so I'm trying to remember everything that I did. So there's a couple more inserts here, and all I have to do, I think, is the spine dangle, and the extra sheets that I have left over will also be included, so everyone can make their, whoever gets it will make their own, can make their own stuff. And then I've included this little, this is the insert that was made into a digital in my Etsy shop. So you have the pages here, and I put a YouTube video on that shows how you can put it together, because it's very long this way and it's bigger than 8.5 by 11. So I had to put it in 2 parts. But I also included this little spine thing to hold it together. And I explained all this in the video. And this is just an example of what you can do with the pieces that are provided in the digital. You can do anything you want to with it. You can put pockets in the front, in the back, underneath. This is just what I did with the pieces in there. But all this stuff is included in there. And then there's a little bit extra. So I made it this way to where you could do a little pocket here, you could do that in the inside. And you can also do little line pages on both of them. And then you could print another one, and then you could do folder that holds stuff. So there's a lot of options for anyone who wants to do that. Since I had so many requests to make digitals on the inserts, that's what I did. My husband actually was like, you need to make this into a digital, because I really like that. He really likes this book. I think it's manly, and he likes it. And the oven. You mean like making it into a template? I'm still working on that. I'm going to make the recipe book inserts. Kind of, if I can, I'm gonna make them into a grouping. If I can, I'll do them separate. But I found a new way that I can sit here and put a bunch of pages without having to zip the folder, and scan them in. So that way I can scan all the recipe journal inserts in there. And I came up with like 5 new inserts. So I got to figure out how to draw them. I could freehand it, but I would, and maybe straighten it up, or scan it in. I don't know. I'll have to see. I'm not that tech savvy, even though I've done designs and stuff on like digital design. But when it's like just a template, that gets a little bit tricky for me on how to produce it on the computer, because I could freehand it, but I don't think it would come out straight. I don't know, I have to see. I think I have the oven right here somewhere. I have boxes labeled with current projects because I'm kind of working on 4 books at the same time. Isn't that how it usually goes? Alright, let me see. Oh, yeah, it's right here. You talking about this one? Oven? Sorry, I'm being so rude. I'm talking with my mouth full because that cake was really good. I'm also going to do another one like this. And that's going to be like a insert or like a holder for like if you have like, find one. Like, you know, if you have like a small insert like this, you can put a bunch of them in there since it's magnetic. And that way, that works. But I have all the measurements and everything written down for this. And I started drawing it on my computer. And because I wanted to include the shape of it and everything like that. Because it really goes well with that. This was the oven that I wing-dinged the other day on live. I was like, okay, I'm going to pick this paper. Let's make an oven. I've made an oven before, but it was on a different book. And it was smaller. And I think it was a gingerbread house-shaped book. So, yeah. That was my first one, I think, that I made. I'm just checking the box here. This is also how I work. I end up starting something, and then while I'm waiting on something else to dry, I start on something else. Or I go back to something I was working on before. And then I go to something else. I bounce around a lot. Not too bad. So, I'm hoping this book right here will be done tomorrow. And be listed on Etsy, and then I'll be starting one of the Cosmos books that will be similar to this one in, you know, not so many inserts. That way, but the other Cosmos book will be, because I have a lot of stuff for that I want to do. So that will be hopefully next week. I'll get the Cosmos one out and everything. So I'm going to put these, I think, hang on, I'm going to go, oh yeah. And start like right there. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. I want to leave this part right here unattached for right now. And then this part is the part I'm going to start to glue down. Alright, let me think of how. Okay, if it goes this way, it means the buckle is going to have to be on this end. So I'm going to do just a hair more, just to give me some extra piece here to work with. Alright. Sounds like I'm shaking up a bottle of juice or something. Sounds weird. And this comes out super weird and super liquidy. So if you do get this stuff, just be careful when you're messing with it. Because It was very unexpected the very first time it came. Whoop, like that. See what I mean? It's just very bizarre. And I don't really like to... It won't stick to paper too much because it's not made for paper. It's made for like the fabric. I'm going to put it this way and then I'm going to wipe this off real quick. It's like I need a dropper or something for this stuff. And see, it gets super sticky real quick. That's why I'm like, you gotta clean it quick. It won't, and then it does that if it gets to that one side. But, I mean, this stuff is crazy. Just watch how quick it will sit here. Oh, gosh, look what it does. Oh, it drives me crazy. At least it comes right off. And it's like rubbery feeling. I had a little bottle of this stuff. There, it's stuck. I mean, look. That's how quick it sticks. So, if you get it on anything, you better wipe it, that you don't want it on. You better wipe it real quick. Let me move that out of the way. So, it's very quick sticking fabric stuff. Which is good if that's what you're going after. Alright. I'm going to do this one little corner first. Alright, don't get crazy, glue. I wonder if I could close. Let me see if I could close. Yeah, I probably could close it just a little bit. It does really well if you do it like real close to the fabric. You never know if it's going to be weird. I know, isn't it? It's like crazy. And I mean, like, see? That's it. It's like bonds in 3 minutes. More like 3 seconds. And it's waterproof, permanent, quick drying, flexible, UV resistant, acid free. So whatever you're doing, you do it. So, and it can do all kinds of stuff. It says crafts, apparel, leather, auto, marine, sports, home, industry. So, yeah. It rubs right off of your fingers, though. Yeah, I got this on Amazon. It was like, I think it was like $12.99 on Amazon for this huge bottle. So, yeah, it bonds really quick. That's one reason why I wanted it. It's because I was like, I knew it would work really well. I gotta put some more right here. All right, don't get crazy, don't get crazy, don't get crazy. I like it because when it comes off on your fingers, it's like it's like the equivalent of chewing gum. Whoops. It's just super liquidy though. So to me it's a little bit more difficult to work with because it's very, I think it can go all over the place. It's a little bit unpredictable. Actually, this kind of works better, and I know you guys probably can't see it very well. But I'm going to hold it right here. I can get all that extra out. Because it's seeping out everywhere. Turn it this way. That way it don't leak on the book. But yeah, it's pretty quick. So I think this is probably the most quick glue I've had to deal with. But it works good. It says made in the USA. Anybody have any plans tomorrow? It's been wet and rainy here, and I don't want to do anything. I just want to crawl up in bed and just like binge eat stuff and then work on other stuff. And there we go. Alright. I think, you know what I need? Oh, maybe I'll try it. Let me try it this way. I didn't want to do it this way because I didn't want to block you guys from seeing it. But you guys kind of get the idea now, don't ya? But yeah, it's definitely messy. But that's okay. Nothing in life is ever perfect and clean. There we go. Okay, so the top, I'm going to leave like that at the moment. Let me see here. Just make sure nothing else is going to seep out here. Alright. So this will also be a good binder too for holding the box together. So this gives it extra stability. I mean, if you didn't, I think this is better than the lace anyway. It looks to me more like a vintagey suitcase. The lace would be good probably for like the Stamperia pad Our Way, because that's like a travel one, but it's like two best friends traveling. So the lacy one will work really well on that one. Yeah, I don't really have any plans either. Everybody keeps telling me that we need stuff from the grocery store. And I'm like, well, you guys have the app. Go put the stuff in there, you know. But no, like a mom's job. I don't even know how I even do half the stuff that I do around here. I don't know what they would do if I wasn't here. I already told my husband, I said, you need to learn how to pack up these orders. Because if something happens, like, what if I go into the hospital or something, you know, and I have orders that need to go out? You guys need to be able to do it. And so, me sitting here trying to explain to him, you know, how you got to make all the boxes pretty and stuff. He's looking at me like, I'm just going to put them in a box. And they'll just have to understand. That's usually how it goes. All right. Woo! Hang on. I rolled away. Here we go. All right, I'm going to start with this side. Right here. Let's see. I left about... Uh-oh. Did y'all hear that? I heard a big crash. And I have a feeling Miss Ruby just did something. Because I heard, bug! we're going to set you this way. And try it this way and see how this works. This should work too. Actually, I don't know why I didn't think of this in the first place. That stuff is quick. I tell you what. That makes me happy. I like it when you don't have to wait on stuff. I'm just going to wipe the edges. It's got a little tiny bit of stuff. Not much. Not as much as the other side did. Alright. I hope this one comes out exactly how I see it in my head, because usually when I get it in my head, oh, I'm gonna do it like this. I'm like, I have to complete it that way. That's the reason why I'm ended up redoing it. Oh, this stuff is so weird. It is. It's very rubbery. Almost like a silicone kind of bubblegummy feeling. I don't know how it adheres, if it adheres to glass or not. I don't think so, because this is what my cutting mat is. But if it does get on something that it's not supposed to, all it does is it does that weird rubbery effect, and then it comes right off. Like if it gets on the top of the leather piece, I'm just doing this and it's coming right off. It's the bottom side that won't come off. It also sticks really well to chipboard. I figured that out because I use the chipboard to make those hardback journals. I have one somewhere. I don't know what I did with that. And the leather stuck to it really, or the glue stuck to the faux leather and the chipboard really well. Yes, I do too. We have like 2 like Walmarts like within like 15 minutes from us. And one of our Walmarts is slow as dirt. They like, anytime we've ever gotten grocery from there, they will delay it until the next day. It's like, come on, you guys, get it together. It's not like you guys have to run registers or anything anymore. So the least you guys could do is get the grocery orders going. And then we have another one that's always like on top of it. And it takes like an extra like 5 or 10 minutes to get there. But my husband is like, I'm going to that one. They're better. And they never have like stuff out of stock. So yeah. Okay. I think we're doing good. Now this is going to be the tricky part, is the buckle. I know, they did. They like delayed our order one time and I was mad because it was like, I think it was before Christmas, and we did a pickup like a week and a half before Christmas, and I did it early on purpose so that way we weren't one of those people that wait till the last minute. And they delayed it until, like, it was supposed to be like at 11 o'clock in the morning. They delayed it till the next day, till 5 o'clock. And I was like, what? And I made my husband had to go to our other grocery store that's right down the street from us. They don't have pickup, or I'd just do it there. It's like a food city or something. But they're itty bitty. And he had to go there to go get everything out. Okay, so this part right here is not going to be glued down because that's where the book is going to be. And neither is this. And these are the things that are going to go in the little strappy, these things right here. Yeah, I know. I think they were just like overwhelmed. But we go to the other one and we haven't had any issues at all. So, and we don't ever have really any issues with out of stock items either. Although they changed the app, and if you want to do substitutes or anything, you have to do them all individually instead of just saying, like, don't do substitutes for this order and then going back and checking the ones you do. I tell you, Walmart is just one of those places that they make too convenient but inconvenient at the same time. If that makes sense. You don't want to shop there, but you're the best prices. Especially when you have like a family of 6.5 with the dog. So, yep, I completely understand. I'm getting the glue out from under my fingernails, because if I don't, I will, I'll just be thinking about that the whole entire time. All right. Okay, so strappies here. These strappies are going to be the ones that tuck in to these. So let me put these on. We're putting a strap on. That sounds terrible. Oh, apparently Alexa wanted to get in on me. Do you guys hear my stuff is freaking out? They like the word strap on, apparently. Okie dokie. Let me have this little doodad. I think I might, let me see if this will fit. Yeah, oh yeah, it does. This is not for this at all. I am abusive towards my craft stuff. So, if that upsets anybody, I'm sorry. I'll probably do, I bet you that stuff will stick to that. I'm going to do it like that. And then I don't want to fold it over to where it's like real short, because then it will be chunkier in this one spot. And we don't want that. We want it to lay as flat as possible. So that way when this part goes in here, and the good thing is you can cut these leather pieces with scissors. I might have to use, let me see if I got a bigger buckle ring here. Because that one is a good, is that the one? Yeah, that one's a good size, but it will be a teeny bit better. I just don't want to make it too big. I just don't want it to be okay, I think this one's gonna work better, because then it can still hold that in there like that, which is what I want. Sorry, I talk to myself a lot, and this is how I process stuff. Okay, so if I fold it over like this, and I know I probably don't do this the conventional way, I just do it whichever way I feel is right. I'm just gonna mark a little tiny hole right there so I know where it is. This is actually a leather thing too. That's why it has a little hook in it. Turn it over this way. I hope if I actually lined up the holes right. We had this great, I get most of these kind of supplies from Amazon. This, whoa gosh, yeah, this that I just threw across the table is, I think this came out of a bookbinding kit that I also got on Amazon. I have all my supplies saved in list on my links in my profile thing. In the link tree it says journal supplies, and I put everything in links mostly so I can go back and find them in case I need like to replenish supplies and whatnot. My oldest daughter was the first bookmaker in our house, like actual bookmaking. She made like leather journals and stuff, and so we had a lot of this kind of stuff around that I took from her because I needed it. Alright, let me turn this back over here. This one is the bigger one. Okay, so the way these little suckers go in here is this is the part, might have to make the hole just a teeny bit bigger. I don't work with leather very often, but when I do, I don't like it. Only because I feel like you just need a lot of force. There we go. I put it upside down. Yep. Uh-oh. Okay. Little Rubik's is about to come in here. And she's as cute as a button. And she has to say goodnight to her mama. So I hope you guys don't mind. There we go. These things, I stared at them, these buckles, for a good 15 minutes one time. And I'm like, I don't get this. How is it supposed to go? I feel dumb right now because I don't get it. And it was just one of them things that you're just like, oh, duh. So there we go. So it's going to go like this. And I'm going to put, I'm going to try to use the glue on it and see if it will adhere to itself. If it doesn't, then we'll figure out something else. I'm going to put it like, I'm going to put it on this side because that just Seems like it would work better. Just don't get crazy. Yeah, like that. Oh gosh, it feels so weird. I almost want to just put it, I would put this on my hands because it comes off like gum. It feels kind of bizarre. It's a good thing it comes right off though, of other stuff. See, it's like, it's really, I can't, it just went in there. I can't explain it. It's like rubbery feeling. It's not like Elmer's glue. You know, like when people used to stick that glue on their fingers. It actually kind of balls up like a rubbery, bouncy ball. Okay. I'm hoping this will stick to itself because then I won't have to try to sew anything weird. I haven't tried it like this, so this will be a new thing. It looks like it's sticking pretty good though. It actually kind of looks like this is a way that they would stick leather pieces together when it does not have any actual sewn part to it. So I think it will work. Sometimes you don't know until you try it. I'm going to hold it right here in this one spot so that way it will hold this piece a little bit closer to that. Y'all still with me? I see everybody on here. Okay, so that gonna be like that. And then it's gonna come around here. Woo, 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 not like that. And then this part, oh, the glue, it's called Tear Mender. It's an instant fabric and leather adhesive, and it's instant. I glued it onto this box and it was like, whoa. Oh, I love doing journal spreads. I do journal spreads, but I don't share my journal spreads much anymore. I just do them like as a, look at that. Oh God, it's so weird. You know what it feels like and it looks like is liquid latex. That's exactly what it looks like because I have liquid latex. I use weird stuff on journals sometimes. And this is like what it looks like. It looks like liquid latex. I'm just going to poke that through there. And since it doesn't stick to like metal and stuff, it like, oh, it does weird stuff. Yeah, these. I'm just trying to get the excess junk out of here. But yeah, it looks like liquid latex. I think that's the best way to describe it. There we go. Alright. Put a little, let me turn this way. I'm going to put a little bit glue right there. Of course. I always drop stuff on the floor. You're welcome. What I'm here for. Y'all watch it. It's like literally watching a pot boil. And you have to watch glue dry. But it dries really quick, see? This little piece was coming off of here. Man, I wish I would have done this the first time. It would have saved me a lot of trouble. But then y'all wouldn't have gotten to see the live version of it. Okay, so this, I'm going to have to make, I'm just doing little reference points right here. Actually, let's see if I can find. Of course, I have to have the Big Mama Jahamba Sharpie. Don't mind me. Oh, okay, I get it now. It rolls. Okay, sorry, having a moment. I get why that's there. See, it didn't look right to me. When you look at a normal belt buckle, it doesn't look right. But then, when you look at it rolling, the things you find out. Okay, I think I'm gonna make this. All right, I'm gonna make it to where it goes down there. Just gonna make it a belt kind of strap shape. So fascinating, isn't it? And then I'll poke the holes to that in a minute. I'm going to let this dry just a little bit before I start moving it around. Okay, this one feels a lot stiffer over here, like it. Let me see what I got here. Looks like it would be a teensy bit longer. Yeah, I do. I love it. Oh, I have the moments all the time. Hang on, I gotta get another Dr. Pepper. Yeah, I have those. Usually after I have sugar seems to be like how spinach is to Popeye. For me, anyway. I did it again. Yep, I know I did. Goes this way, and then it will be in there. Alright, let's see. I'm going to try to even these up. Okay, I think you can see that. Oh, yep, I got it. We got it. adjust this just to make it a little bit bigger. Put that on there. I'm gonna turn this way for a second so I can see what I'm actually doing. Alright, I think, let me move this up, that, alright, look about even. I'd say it looks even. They're looking. What's going? We're making strap-ons. No, I'm kidding. It's a Suitcase book. Apparently, my Alexa thing likes. See? It likes the word strap-ons. Why? I have no idea. Look at the big old bubble. Okay, this stuff is so weird. It's weird, but I like it. It's like I can't stop playing with it. Okay. Alright, let's see how long this takes. Alright, good. That's what I like to hear. We can't have uneven strap-ons. Unless that's what you're into. But I'm kind of straight. So I kind of like them straight and even. And big. I can do this all day long. Not as bad. Oh my gosh. You know what I did today? When I got home, we got home about 9. No, it may have been right about 10 o'clock. And I told one of my kids, I have these moments where when you have a dirty mind, you cannot be a homeschool teacher. And for some reason, I was trying to tell my 12-year-old, you're putting your commas in the wrong spot. And I kept saying condoms. And I was like, commas, you're putting your commas in the wrong spot. And I heard my husband heard me all the way upstairs and started laughing hysterically. And so yeah, that's some of the little things. And she just looked at me like, I have no idea what's happening right now. She didn't know why I was laughing. So that's some of the fun stuff you get to deal with as a parent and as a teacher. That always makes for interesting conversation. I know. It's not as bad as me losing it though and laughing hysterically when my she was 5 at the time, was trying to learn how to read, and she was reading this reading book, and everything was about a dump truck. And for some reason, the way she said dump just had me cracking up. And I lost it. I was crying. I was laughing so hard. Because she just really emphasized dump. You know, so yeah. That's all the fun stuff they never tell you about when you're homeschooling. I figured he would have brought Rubik's in here to say goodnight. This is my I don't like to measure method. Just kind of get it in the right vicinity. Okay, so now gotta do poke some holes in these and turn it over this way. We're gonna try to. Oh yeah, that will work. Somebody was talking about finding their people. I think I found my people, because this is exactly what I would be doing on a Friday night, no matter what. Even if I didn't have kids, I think this is what I would be doing. My husband and I are one of those boring old married couples. We never do anything. He always wants to go out and do stuff. I never do. I'm a homebody. I'm like, you don't understand. I did all that in my 20s. And I got kind of over my teens and 20s, so yeah. I'm over that. No more going out for me. But he was raised a little bit differently than I was. He was raised in a very conservative household. And he, like, I tell him he acts like an old biddy all the time. But that's okay, because some of us need that stability in our life. That's why opposites attract. He always tells people I'm like, like a ping pong ball bouncing all over the place. And if it wasn't for him being like the cage to hold me in there, I would still be bouncing all over the place. But he has his moments too. He's always very quiet, but he always makes me laugh hysterically. I have to ask him other weird sayings that he says when he comes in here. That's the only one I can think of at the moment, is the frog hair one. I can't remember the other ones that he says. They're so weird. Okay, let's see. Let's try not to do that, because then that one little thing gets stuck on there. Oh, it sounded like my dog was whining downstairs. We have a pug too, by the way. Little crazy nut. She's going to be 12 years old this year. She doesn't look like it. She's not a puppy. She's deceitful. No, she was a little tiny runt, and she just never got over 12 pounds. Okay, let's see how this one works before actually do the other one. I don't know why I don't ever poke them in through the back. Oh my gosh, speaking of which, you know I got rickrolled today? That was funny. Okay, not sure. Might have to make another, yeah, I need to make another hole. I got rickrolled. You don't know what rickrolled is? Where people send you a video, and then when you go, it's like a video of something else, and then all of a sudden it starts playing, never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down. That's called being rickrolled. That makes sense now? It's what they call it. Getting rickrolled. I do it to people all the time, though. I'm always sending people videos of weird stuff. Yeah, that's called getting rickrolled. That poor guy, he has to live with the stigma of that song for the rest of his life. I think that was like the only song he ever did, too. I might have that song in my head now. All right, we're getting on the home stretch here. Yay! God, I hate leather holes. It'll be easier if I had it actually lined up correctly. Oh, I saw some guy on a TikTok video who recreated the Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade diary, like by finding movie stills of all the pages, and he recreated the book. And I was like, that's amazing. He said it took him forever to do it. He actually took all the pages and like redid them in Procreate, because, you know, some of them weren't that they were out of books and stuff, and it was from farther distance, so he made them look more vibrant and stuff like that. But it was amazing. A lot of work. A lot of work. But totally worth it. This thing's gonna make me come unhinged. Ooh, my finger just cracked. Did y'all hear that? I don't know what the dude's name was, but it was really cool. I think that was the only video, too, he had on his account. And I was like, there's no wonder, because it probably took him months to do that. I mean, it was a lot of work. I think that he said there were 64 pages when it was all said and done. But he found in a book, I guess, the movie still pages. Something like that. And that way, and then he took each one of those individual pages, and like, he would take his, you know, like stylus or whatever for the iPad, and then color over the lightened spots and stuff in Procreate, and then fix any little imperfections and whatnot. There it is. It's like we were stuck on the... I think that's really cool when people do that kind of stuff and stick outside the box. You know, something that hasn't been done yet. Not that there's anything wrong with doing stuff that has been done. I just think it's... that makes me, as a viewer on TikTok, actually stop and say, wow, you know. Hey, how are you? Are you finally relaxed after your cruise? I would kill to go on a cruise right now, because it is so cold here. so cold. It like was warming up and then like rained, and now it's cold again. And when I have to go out in it, I'm not happy. I don't see how you can live up in Canada. But, I mean, I guess if I was, like, raised there, I would be used to it. Pop goes the weasel. Alright, there we go. I think I burned like 200 calories just trying to get that hole in there. Freaking A. That was brutal. Now I almost don't want to take it out. Punk thing. Alright. Oh, I bet it was. But was it like a shock though to come back? Because it's probably warm there and then like ridiculous when you got back home. We went to Florida to go visit my family. And we went one year because our anniversary is at the beginning of October. So we went for a couple weeks and we left at like the end of September. And when we left, it was like 65, 70 degrees here in Tennessee. No, it was probably it was about 80. It was about 80 because it was just now like getting cold. And then we went down to Florida and then where it was really hot. And then we came back and it was like 35 degrees and I said, "Oh, no, I want to go back home. I want to go back to Florida. I don't want to go back to Tennessee." And I was like, I got climatized again to my home state. This weather though, I just Byrdstown, Tennessee. I have no idea. Where is that, on the east or the west? Maybe my husband knows. Let me ask him. Hey, do you know where Byrdstown, USA, Byrdstown, Tennessee is?
I know the general direction, but not exactly.
Is it like anywhere near us?
No.
Oh. See, we live like 20 minutes from like Nikki. She lives in Maryville. We live close to Knoxville.
Byrdstown is close to Jamestown, isn't it?
I don't know. I'm just asking. I figured you'd know. You're the one who's from Tennessee. I'm not from Tennessee. We're in East Tennessee with a bunch of other East Tennessee crafters. I know there's a lot of us on here. I don't know why we don't get together.
Because you're antisocial.
I know, yeah, I am a little bit antisocial. In person I am. Because I'm so weird and awkward and I'd never say the right thing. I say the first thing that flies out of my head. And so it comes off really weird and awkward. I was telling people about you and your weird sayings.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You?
I don't have any weird sayings.
Yes, you do.
I
told some of the people in the UK. They were on here right at the beginning of my live. Yeah, I know.
They've not got no room to talk.
Uh-huh. Well, okay, so we were talking about weird sayings. I told them about plumb stupid. And I'm like, I don't even know what that even really means. And my friend Cherry was like, she's going to start using these weird American sayings. I said, they're not weird American. It's just my husband weird.
I didn't invent any of them.
what was that one? Finer than a frog hair split 3 ways.
That was a song.
They died when they heard that. They were like, what is happening?
That was a Motown song.
Was it really?
Yeah.
Is that what? Really?
Yeah.
He said it was a Motown song.
Yep.
I have no idea. What's another weird one you say? You said something else weird just recently.
Calf staring at a new gate.
What'd you say?
A calf staring at a new gate.
Do you say cat?
Calf.
Calf staring at a new gate?
Yeah. Calves, if you do something to their fence, they'll sit there and stare at it because it's unusual and new.
Oh my gosh. No, you said something, another weird one too. I don't remember what it was. It was kind of like the finer than a frog hair one.
I don't know.
But it was like a different version of that.
Most of our sayings...
Something about a monkey or something, I thought.
Most of our sayings are Scotch, Irish, or German.
Really?
Yup. Yup.
I don't know. They're just weird.
Same you.
Some of them I don't even understand if I even get it. Oh, I say do what all the time too, but I'm not from Texas. Hey, you know what? There was somebody on here from Maine. Okay?
Okay.
And we were talking about weird things, and I told him I said hot dog. You know?
Yeah.
Hot dog. And she said she's from Maine, and she says the same way. They all say it like that. That's where I got it from. Oh, look at what you did. He just made something new. See that? He's always making these nifty little things. You even picked out the heart stamp that I have.
That's completely by accident.
Was it?
One.
Oh.
I didn't even
Out of my 10-pound box?
I just got the one that was on top.
Oh, well, it looks good. I like that it's pink. You know. I put it right over here with my little dauber thingamabobbers. Where is that one? I have one in here somewhere. Oh, yeah. Look at how pretty this one is. Here, let me see if I can... There we go. It's like a... What do you call that? A gradient?
Yeah.
Gradient kind of color. But I have like a whole bunch of these now. So... And then he made my... Oh, I knocked over your little sign that you made. It's buried under stuff. I thought this was a piece of chocolate. I got all excited for a second. It's a piece of leather. I did. I was like, I have chocolate on my desk? And then, nope. And... Oh, yeah, that's right. For those who are just joining, what did I do with this? I have a whole bunch of those that he has made. I'm just waiting on these little dauber things to come, and they'll be here, I think, next week. And I'll put them in my Etsy store, because I'm going to put one on there. See, isn't that pretty? I'm going to put one on there, and then,
Show one of the rainbow ones.
I already did. I showed it once already. I'm going to put one on there and then include one of the daubers with it. Let me find one of the... Here's one of the little rainbow ones. So, yeah, my husband made these. And they actually fit these little things really good. See? And you can switch them back and forth. I like using those because they're smaller than the regular ones. They work really well. So he's been playing with his 3D printer, making all kinds of stuff.
How did your paper folder turn out?
Oh, it turned out good. It's got glue all up. It turned out good. There was glue on it.
I expected that because you had glue on the other one.
Yeah, I have glue all over it. I'll have to pick it all off. He also made me, what do you call it? It's a bone fold. I think it's called. It's called a bone fold. It's called a bone fold.
If you say so. Doesn't have any bones in it, but okay.
I don't know why they call it a bone fold. That's just what they call it.
I think it's just a sink.
It's a bone fold.
Yes, ma'am. Whatever makes you happy.
I think if you look it up on Amazon, it's called a bone fold. Oh, thanks. Thank you. When are you going to be on live again? Were you on last night? I think like I caught some of it and then I fell asleep. Hey. But yes, we're glad you're back from vacation. These holes are such a pain in the butt. I feel like I'm having like flashbacks to the... What's that noise?
Ella screaming.
Why is she screaming?
Playing Fortnite.
Oh gosh. Could it be that disastrous? It's just Fortnite.
Ruby was screaming before that.
Well, yeah, I figured that.
And she turned it up to 11.
Did she? I thought you were going to bring her in here to say goodnight.
No.
Well, you could have. Nobody cares. You guys don't care to see Ruby.
I didn't even think about it now.
I mean, who doesn't love Ruby? She's such a little ham.
She was in one of those movies where she bounced from mischievous, getting in trouble for this, and I'm going to run to the next thing and get in trouble for it.
Oh, gosh.
While you're trying to stop her from doing this thing, then she'd run and flip the aluminum light and fan on.
She was quiet most of the time. It was like almost 7 o'clock, and I'm like, I haven't heard Ruby yet.
Oh, she's a wild child.
Wild child.
Yep.
I don't know what. I think she has like baby sundowners. And just goes nuts.
It does seem something like that, yeah.
It's like the same time, 6:30, 7 o'clock. She goes crazy.
More like 7:38.
No, it's always like 6:30 because when I'll be on my live on Mondays, and she's like, everybody on here will be like, I hear Ruby, and I'm like, y'all can hear that, and they're like, yep. And I was like, man, but I'm partially deaf, so or I've just tuned it out completely. I don't have to listen to it. Somebody got on here and was like, hey, what are you making? And I said, strap-ons. Leather ones. I'm trying to get this thing through the hole. That's what you men go through. Jeez. Trying to get this little itty thing in here. Such a pain. Yay, tomorrow's Saturday. That makes me happy. Another 200 calories burned from trying to get this small little thing in the hole. Good grief. Look, see, that one went in there a lot easier. This one over here is way more stiff, and I don't know why. This conversation, it can just, like, if somebody's just tuning in, it's just go bad.
Really, really, really bad.
Gotta keep it G-rated here. Pinky maybe in here, lurking. He likes watching my videos, apparently. I have this little boy who, well, I don't know if he's a little boy. I think he's, like, probably, what, a teenager? I call it that, which is a little... He's not? How?
12.
Oh, he's... That kid's 12 and he's on TikTok? Lord have mercy.
As far as I know, yeah.
And he's addicted to watching my stuff. And he's friends with my daughter, Ella. And I'm like, why does he like watching my stuff? And he's like, he thinks it's cool. And I'm like, okay. Now, so anytime I make a post now or anything, I'm like thinking there's a 12-year-old boy watching these videos. Allegedly, yeah. Alright. Here is the book. Let me make sure there's no debris on it. Okay, this is the Voyages book. The inside is still not all the way done. See, I still got to glue that in. And I just put the handle on. So, let's see how it looks here. Now I got to turn it this way so I can see what I'm doing. What am I caught on? Okay. Now, I have to glue that. I will be selling it when it is done. I wanted to redo the box because I didn't like how the first one came out. I think I need to make another hole, but I don't know. Let me see if I'll be able to actually. I want to make it just a hair. Yeah. Hang on 1 second. Just want to make it just a little bit tighter on that one, because this one is like fits on here perfect. This strap over here is way more bendy than this one. I'm not really sure why. Oh, maybe I can't make it that way. Let me see. Yeah, I have so many books over there that I'm trying. There we go. Slowly get done. I'm going to fix this. I forgot to re-glue that right here. Alright, I got to glue that. See, it just sticks up just a teensy too much. So I think maybe if I make one more hole in it, I can get it to lay down a little bit more. I think it will be good. And then while I'm doing that, I'll fix the outside of the box. Forgot to re-glue that. This is one of those things that it's like a trial and error. Never know. I want to put just a little bit more glue over here. I'm going to pull it out just a little bit so I can. These icing bottles work like a caulking gun.
Yeah.
You know, and it's good because you can get it in tiny spots, like tiny little cracks in this stuff. This stuff is so, I love this leather glue because like if you're supposed to close this actually when you're not using it because if it dries, it's got this like kind of rubbery stuff, like it looks like bubble gum kind of stuff going on. There it is. This is the one I was looking for. I forgot to put glue like all the way up here. I don't know how I did that. I got busy talking. All right. So yeah, I just wanted to redo this box. I don't even know what I did. Oh, the other one's over there. So I may end up having 2 of them, and I may do the spine on another one smaller so it can go in the previous box that this book was in. Because it kind of fits. It fits in the other box, but I wanted to give more room because if you put anything in the book and it expands at all, you want to have room to leave it in the box if you want to. Yeah. Hopefully. I am finishing up, let's see, what am I working on? I'm working on the recipe book now, the Casa Granada one. And I'm working on the calligraphy book, which should be done tomorrow. That one won't be as like detailed as the art journal book because I only wanted to include a few inserts in there. I had requests to only do like a few embellishments in there. So that's what I did. And I'm going to be working on one of the Cosmos books. That's also going to be just a few inserts in there. And include like paper that goes with it so people can make their own. And then after that, after I finish the recipe book, let me think of what other books I have over there. I have the Roses one. The Sleeping Beauty, yeah, I can do that one after that. After I finish the calligraphy and the Cosmos book, I will do the Sleeping Beauty one and the recipe book simultaneously. Hello. How are you? I'm working on like 4 books right now at the same time. I am going to be, my husband made these for me. He made this one for me first. And then he made a whole bunch of these with the rainbow stuff. And I have some more of these coming. And I'm going to put them in my Etsy shop. When I get the rest of these in. So that way you can have 2 of the daubers that come with it. And they just switch off. They come off really easy. Just like that. But they stay on. I use it all the time. And it's good. See, I have small hands. And so these are really good for the edging and stuff. But yes, so I'll probably be putting them in my Etsy shop when I get the daubers. And I think that's next week. I can't check right now because I got my phone going on live. But yeah. And that's my husband, but I don't think he's listening to me. He's over here with his headphones on. I'd have him check. So yeah, that's what I'm planning on doing with those. I have to also figure out how to group them in there. What I'll probably do is just create like one listing for them. Because I have 4 that are likes and colors. And then I have single ones that he did that are kind of like one solid color. So I was looking at them today. Oh, thank you. He came up with that. He kind of, he has a 3D printer, so he likes, oh, you want to see what he just made? He just handed me this when he came in here. So, if you go, oh God, what is my discount code? I think it's 4girls23. But it's only applied to certain items. I don't think it's on journal scoops or the theme journals. Yeah, I know, he just made this. He just handed it to me while I was here on live. And so, he made it. He was asking me for one of my wax heads earlier. And he picked a heart one of all one. Because all my stuff in here is heart and pink and everything. But yeah, he did. I thought it was cute. I've made handles before. I've made myself handles. I don't really make... I made these... Let me see. Hold on. I made these last year. I'm waiting on this to dry, so let's kill some time. Let me see. Oh, here we go. Now, I've made handles out of resin, and it's got like little flowers and stuff in there. I don't know if you can really see that. But yeah, I made these, and this looks really bad, but it's a mushroom. Okay. And I was trying to make it pink, and it just came out weird. But it's a mushroom. So, yeah. I have another one in there somewhere. So. But, yeah, I've made all kinds of little doodads. So, he made these ones right here. See, they say 4 girls on it. And I've kept them in my cup that had white stuff on it. But I like this one. I like this color the best. So I told him, I was like, he asked me if I wanted, everybody liked him when I was on live on Monday. And so I told him, he asked me if he wanted to make some more, and I said go for it. So he's been busy making them ever since. I know. Okay, I think I got that all glued in. So here is the back. I need to put my little label thing on here. Oh, here's your screwdriver. I stole it. I wasn't going to hit you with it. Jeez.
Don't throw screwdrivers.
Where's the trust?
I don't trust you.
You should.
Not throwing things. You've broken too many things.
I have not. The only time I break anything when I'm throwing it is when I'm mad, and that's usually when we would play Mario Kart. Because you cheat.
You can't cheat at Mario Kart.
You can too. I don't want to hear that.
You can't take healthy competition.
No, I can't take somebody sitting there watching what you're doing. So they put bananas right on a ramp so you fall off the cliff. I don't want to even hear that. That made me...
Sound like a sore loser to me.
It made me angry. Yes. Alright. Oh, I could put... I think I get a red one. I'll use the red one. Oh, I got these nifty little door things. I'm not sure what I'm going to use these for yet. Oh, wait a minute. That's not the receiving end. Here we go. They have little knockers on them. And they kind of go like this. And I can't wait to use these. I don't know what I'm going to use them for, though, yet. I want to put it, like, on the front of a journal or, like, a closure. So that way you can open it and it... So, I'm not entirely sure. To be continued. I want to put it on something I think steampunk-like would be good with these. I have to see. And I got some locks. You know what I'm going to do? Ooh, I have some, I don't know why I didn't use that. That would have probably been easier. I have some locks, and these locks actually work. And I could actually, like, put this on something. See, they actually work. They're actually working locks. And I could put it, like, on maybe the spine or something. Kind of like, you know how you lock your suitcase? I put it on here, and then it actually has a key that comes with it, and it unlocks it, which I like to play with it just because of that. And my daughter found out, and there is one missing, and I have a feeling that I know where it went. My oldest daughter, she likes stuff. But these hinges, I found these also. They were, not sure if I got them from AliExpress or from Amazon. I have to look. Alright, let's put this label on here. So I'm going to put this, like, right here, just like the other one. This is the other box. This is the one. See, I'm redoing it because I wanted a bigger box. If this wasn't going to have anything else in it and only pages, then I would have left it in here. But I think it needed a bigger box for that. But I'm going to save this box, and I'll just make a smaller spine. I think this one is a 2.5 inch spine. And I usually have journals. Yeah, it's about 2.75. And I usually have 2-inch journals, or 2.5, and I think that would fit in there better, so I can make another one for that. It'll just be like a extra. Extra is good. Like extra. Alright, let me find a piece of paper. Sort of. I have this one that I've already done. It was an itty bitty one. It was about like this big. And it was called the Half Punk Journal. And it was a little mini steampunk. And I did the twist pop-up, but it was like an inch big. And so when you pulled it open, it did the little twist pop-up thing that I usually do. I've done other ones. So that's kind of like why I put it off. But I have several books that I want to do this year. Sorry, I'm trying to find a piece of paper. That one of them is going to be an alchemy book, and that's steampunk. The Time as an Illusion paper pack is kind of a steampunk one. Let's see. So I have a bunch that I'm going to be doing. I'll show you one of the steampunk ones here in a minute. I'm just trying to find a light piece of colored paper. I can't find one. I guess I could use brown. And brown will work. But yeah. Hang on, let me think. What do I do with those? They are right here, actually. I think. Yep. Yep. have lots. I also have this stamp that I'm going to be using. This actually goes with this paper pack. It's called the Traveler's News Stamp, and it's a big, huge stamp, and it's like newspaper. It's this whole thing right here. So I thought that would be super interesting, since it goes with this paper pack, to use that on one of the pages, or like an insert for that. There we go. This is a steampunk one that I've done. I did last year, and it's actually a wearable one. So, and this one was done with the paper pad clockwise, and then I put all these on here. And then it's got little pockets. So I've done some steampunk themed ones like this. And I have, if you go in my playlist of my books, you'll see this one in there, but you'll also see the half punk one in there that I did, that's like this size also. It's a little bit smaller than this one, actually. But yeah, so I've done some, oh yeah. I always do like a little pop-up in here. It's been a minute since I moved this one, so let me move it first and let me see if I can get it to work. I did the waterfall one in here. This, I like doing itty bitty stuff like this. So I've done some steampunk. Little bit. But yeah, so this is one that I have done. Let me think. The other, I've done journal pages that are steampunk, like the alchemy one. So that's why I've kind of put off doing steampunk, because I've done a few steampunk, but I love steampunk. That's like, this one is kind of a steampunk. See, it has some stuff on there. It's just more of a Voyager's steampunk one. So it's similar. I need a ink. Alright, hang on. Let me get one of my inks out here. I don't even know why I put this up. I knew I was going to use it today. And then I drop it. I'm all thumbs today. I don't know why. But yes, I love travel ones, and I love... Oh, yeah. I know, I've had people want it and want to buy it, and I'm like, you don't understand. I was like, this gave me such a headache. I have certain journals. I have some on my shelf up there that I refuse to sell. They are... Where'd that go? Oh. I do have an actual art page on a website with other artists, and that is one of them that's on there, along with some other ones that I've done, like the haunted house journal book that had the fenced closure to it. That's also one that I can't part with, because I like that one so much. And somebody also wanted to purchase my collaboration journal book that I did with Gracie. She's another journal journaler on here. We did a Halloween collaboration together. And I'm like, but our pictures are all through it. And I was like, nah, I don't think so. This is like a special one. I would not part with this because this was one I did with Gracie. So, yeah. So some of them, yeah, some I don't sell. I made a house journal, I think about a month ago, and that's over there on that shelf. I have to keep at least one of each of my journals for myself, which I think is a good thing to do. I also like to analyze my journals and see what else I could change or improve or anything like that. Which I don't mind doing books like this, but sometimes I like doing different stuff. Got to keep it fresh. Jeremy, is the Ella Rose still up?
Yep.
She's having like an all-night Fortnite thing.
Well, I was on there, so.
Oh, so she wants to play
She
without you. I think it's cute when you guys have little daddy-daughter bonding time over Fortnite.
She doesn't want to play with me. She just wants to tell me what I'm doing wrong.
I know she does. Hang on. This one's a little bent. Let me straighten it back.
I asked her if she wanted to play, and she said no.
She hates playing with you. Because I think you're too old. And the fact that you have to sit so close to the TV. She thinks that's funny. I said that's what happens when people get old. I said, at least we're still cool enough to play video games. So, yeah. Children. Teenagers. They never want to do anything with us anymore. We're not cool
anymore.
They
sure want you to take them places, though.
Yeah, I know, right? And they want you to give them money. But spend actual time with you? No. Alright, there we go. I don't know if y'all can see that. They got so much stuff in the way. And knocking over stuff. Okay, so back of the suitcase. Got our... I'll probably put like a little tag here that says like your voyages or something or travel right here with another little framed thing. That's what I was getting caught on before, was the side of the paper. The paper I put there so I would not get caught on stuff. Alright, that looks good. Is this the one? I think it was this side I needed to... No. This side is good. That side over there is the one that needs the extra loop or something in it. Alright. Maybe. It might still be good. Yep. What?
Can we give you this gift
I'm
card?
on live.
Oh.
What? You're already in here.
I got this from Grandma.
Uh-huh.
And you can load it onto your...
Just whenever you decide what you want to buy with it, let me know. Because if you don't, I will spend it. Because I'll probably buy something on Amazon.
Okay, yeah,
So just when you're ready to buy something on Amazon, you can use your gift card. See, I still think this side needs to be a hair tighter. Because, let me make sure this ain't gonna... But I don't want to do that and cause the doohickey to stretch anymore, because I don't want it to push on the back of the book. Like it needs a in-between hole. There we go. Like it did right there. Okay, that's not bad. What do you think?
That's good.
Look, here's the back. I'm still thinking this one strap right here needs to be like down more, but maybe it will settle. So, what do you guys think? Oh, yeah. Well, she's 14, though. You know how teenagers are. When they get to be a certain age, they don't want to do jack with you. Although, I like spending time with my dad when I was a teenager. But that's because we had a lot in common. We like to go to the movies all the time. So, I think this side's going to drive me crazy. Right here, because I feel like it just needs to be just a hair tighter. But if it does, I'm scared it's going to push on this back again like it did before. I don't know. It may not. It may. I have no idea. But when you look at it from the side, it's kind of poofier. This one lays down perfectly. I don't understand why it got to be like that. Like, why you got to be like that? I could. Oh, you know what I'm going to do? I found it. Alright. That's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to add a little tiny bit of this glue. I'm not going to use this one because this crazy liquid stuff will go everywhere. I'm going to push this down right here, and then it will lay hopefully a little bit flatter. Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. Well, thank you. It was a little bit dodgy there in the beginning. I didn't know how this was going to turn out. So if you go back and you rewatch this on YouTube, because I always post these lives on YouTube for people who are not on TikTok. Yeah, it was a bit dodgy there in the middle. So, but I think it's come out really, really good. And like I said, I'm going to put a little label here that says, like, travel or something. It needs something right there. And then I can put one of those locks that has the key, if it will fit, on here. Or I'll put, like, a little chain right here with the lock on it. So that can be, like, the little spine dangle thing. So, yeah, I think it will work out pretty good. This stuff though works fantastic because it will stick really, really good when it's on there. You just have to be prepared for any kind of liquidy mess that may come out. So I'm going to turn it this way so that way it won't get on any of the other part. It comes right off of everything that is not like fabric and stuff, pretty much, except for paper. But it's still messy. Messy, messy, messy. but it dries super quick. I think it's called Tear Mender. Kind of looks like tender meat. Every time I look at the bottle, that's what it looks like. So, yeah. So, I think it came out pretty good. I'm happy. I'm more happy with this than I am with the other one. I like it. I like it a lot. What did I do? Tweezers. I had tweezers around here somewhere. I must have dropped them on the floor. I'm gonna get this yuck out of here. That when this stuff dries, if it gets on your skin, it feels like bubble gum, like you have gum on you. Really weird. So yeah. Hello, hello, hello. Well, you guys are just coming in right at the end. How are you guys? Oh my gosh, it's so weird. Okay, good. Nothing over there. A journal, hosting a journal making weekend. Saturday. Like, you mean like making the whole entire journal, like start to finish, and then like with embellishments and stuff? Oh my god, that would be like, I don't know. Are you? Oh, you're talking about like in person? Is that what you're talking about? Oh, I don't know. I've never really thought about that. Only because I'm so like introverted and I don't know how to talk to people. But no, I've never.
It's not after you get started. It's to get started you have trouble.
Yeah, it's getting started. It's where I would struggle. But I know there's a lot of us here within close proximity of each other, like Nikki, Mama's Junk Journal. She lives like 20 minutes from me. There's somebody else who, oh, Brittany. She's also, I can't even remember what people's usernames are. But she lives right down the road from me also. We never like met each other in person. But ew, look at this. Look. Oh gosh, it's so weird. But maybe like, I don't know. We would. Well, I don't know. I haven't thought about it. Usually, if it involves me being in front of public people, I usually avoid it like the plague. But I don't know. My husband's right. Probably after I got started, I would be okay. Oh, yeah, I know. If we got together, though, I think it would be kind of crazy. But there's like about 6 of us that all live here in East Tennessee. Like, right down the road from each other. I see lots of people, too, on my journal groups on Facebook who are like, oh, I live in Lenore City, or I live in Knoxville, and I live here. And I'm like, I'm quiet. I need a buddy to do stuff in person with, and I'm just like dead silent because I'm so like antisocial with that. But I don't know, maybe if we did something together, maybe. This is easier to me. Like when I first did my first live, I was a train wreck. I just noticed that my clock went off. I don't even know what time it is. Oh, that's
10 o'clock.
Oh, that's not bad. Not too bad. Alright, guys. So, I'm super happy with how this turned out. Let me tweak it a little bit. I don't have any idea when it's going to be completely done. I just wanted to... so many people were asking me how to do this box that goes around the journal. Hang on, I got... Oh, God, that's weird. It's weird to do the box around the journal shape. So, I was like, this is a good time to do that. And, because I needed to anyway. Because I wanted to redo this, so that way everybody could see how to do it. And it will be on my YouTube channel tomorrow, because it takes a lot of hours to process, and then another couple hours to put on YouTube. And that way you can go back and rewatch it and see how to make your own box and all that stuff. And I also put it on there for people who aren't here on TikTok, who follow me on YouTube. And let's see, what else? As soon as I get the little dauber thingamabobbers, I'll put the...
Dauber thingamabobbers?
Dauber thingamabobbers. And I will put those on Etsy.
You're quite the wordsmith.
I know. You tell me my vocabulary is very... What?
Main Floridian?
Main Floridian?
I don't know what it is.
It's my own. I make it my own. And then the new Stamperia Blue Dream collection will be here Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday. And then the eggs mystery scoops. I've been on live and I have Etsy notifications. I'm not sure how many I have left, but those are only for a limited time, and they do come with a Stamperia product of my choosing. And no, you can't see what's in the eggs until people post them, but you will like them. I promise. Everything is handpicked by me, but I will give you a hint of there may be something in there that's here on my desk. So, I used your bone fold. It seems to work pretty good, but I got glue all over it, and I'm not sure if it will come off.
It'll come off.
My husband made this for me today, and I told him I would use it here on live, but I got glue all over it. It will come off?
I don't know.
Well, we'll see. Let's try it. Yeah, it's coming off. So, and the calligraphy book that I showed earlier will be done tomorrow and will be added to my Etsy shop. That'll be one down. And then I'm going to work on the Cosmos one. That will be a minimalist kind of book, meaning I won't have a lot of inserts that I add to it. That way people can add their own. That will be the next one I do. And then then I'll be working on the Sleeping Beauty book and the recipe journal at the same time. So, hope that answers all the questions that anyone has about anything. I'm not sure. There was something else that I needed. I don't remember. I don't know. I'll think of it. I'll think of it when I get off of live. So, thank you guys so much for joining me on your Friday. Instead of going out, I'm going to end up fixing this. I can already tell. So, we got the suitcase all done, and I like it. Looks like a suitcase. And you can pick it up by the handle, which I like, and you can put it up on a shelf like this. So, but I think it came out great. So, thank you guys so much for joining me. I hope you guys have a good weekend. Thank you for all the likes, gifts, all that good stuff. And thank you. So, thank you guys so much. I hope you guys have a great weekend. And I should be on live on Monday. And I'll think of something to do on live. If you have any suggestions, then just comment on one of my videos about something you want to see. Last week we did inserts for the recipe journal, which I thought was fun. That's where I came up with the oven one off of the fly. And I would prefer not to make another book, but we could also decorate a book. So you guys have a nice weekend. Thanks for joining me. Bye.